All right, guys. Let's go ahead. Well, I'll let you guys work for a second online. Let me remind you about what you need to have turned into me. I think I got some stuff from Emily already, but everybody else, I need turned in your field notes. I need your Bible verse quiz, which again, Isaiah 53 verses 5 and 6. And then I also need your Bible book quiz, which that is up there at the office right now, right on that table outside of there. So make sure if you didn't pick it up yesterday, get it today or Monday. All of those things must be turned into me by the end of the day on Monday. So very, very important. 3 things this week. Make sure you get all of them done. Send them over to me so that you can get credit for your work. All right. Here, let's go ahead and put everything away. And we will continue on. Let's see what. Okay. I think here it sounds like we did all right on the quiz, so hopefully that's the case. Some of you, guarantees, we will see if those come to pass, and if not, we all know the punishment. All right, so we'll hope that does come to pass. Go ahead, put away all of your other work you're working on. I'd like to open this up. It's a Friday. So again, just a time to take questions and to see if you have something that you would like to ask a question about. We always want to take time for that on Friday, and if not, we will do the notes, but we'll see if anybody does have any questions. Anybody have a question about the Bible, something pertaining to the Bible that you would like to ask at this time? Anybody have one? Yeah, Bella. It's a great question. Again, one of those ones I've never thought about. I don't know. My first answer, my first thought is yes, but I don't know on that. Those of you who didn't hear, were all of the languages. We know where different languages came in, the Tower of Babel, but were all of them there at that moment? I don't know. I mean, I've never thought about it. The Bible doesn't say. Yeah. I mean, I guess you do see some languages are variations of others. So I guess it's possible that somehow over time it sort of changed a little bit. And I'm sure that's the case because even you think about, I guess it's always been the English language, but the English language has changed much over time. But yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, though. I guess my answer, my very profound and deep answer, is I don't know. I hope that's a big help to you right there. But I would say the basis of all languages at least came from right there. And again, I'm just giving you like my first response is I think so. But I mean, that's hard to say because there's so many languages even today. Like we don't even know some of the languages, different things like that, like out there. So I guess I don't know. I guess it's hard for me to imagine they all were there at that exact moment. But yeah, I don't know. This is why I like you guys ask questions that I have never thought about. So so it helps sort of challenge my mind. I don't believe. I'll see. I'll try to look into it. I don't believe there'd be anything that would give us a definite answer because again, I don't think they have like Bible doesn't say anything. It just says that God confused their languages there. So it doesn't say did he divide up into however many languages there are today or what. But a good question. Good question. Yes, follow up? How did they get to different continents? Okay, good question. If there were oceans, how did they get to different continents? Let me I gotta find the verse. There is one time in the Bible where it goes through the genealogy and it talks about how God divided the lands. And a lot of people, there's a couple different ideas that people have. Some is that they believe that the lands were, because if you look at a map, it sort of looks like how they all would have been together at one point, right? You sort of see how maybe they all could have. So some people believe that at one point they were all together, and there is a Bible verse that says God divided the lands at this time. Like there was I believe it refers to an earthquake, and that happened. There's other different ideas of how people got to, because of course we know the cradle of civilization. Most of the Bible takes place in what area? What continent? Maybe Asia. and you're getting into Europe, but Asia over there, because that's where Israel is at, right there. And then you're going to see a lot of those countries there. We're going to see Africa involved with Egypt. We're going to see Europe become involved when we start talking about Paul and the Romans and all of that. But most of it takes place over there, but there were people over here during that time. So how did they get there? And there's different ideas. I tend to believe that at some point maybe it was sort of all together, and then it moved away. And that would and that the important thing would be the first thought would have it happened during the flood, but that wouldn't be the case, right? Why would that not be the case? Because the Tower of Babel was after. And remember, there's only a certain people that survived the flood, and they were all in one place. So there had to be some way that they got here after the flood, and I'm not all the way sure on how that happens, but there had to be some way. Okay. Yeah, Cody.
Yeah, when the Bible says that the angels had 2 wings, 2 out of 6 wings covering their feet, why would it cover their feet?
Just how they were made. I guess as a way, maybe as a way of respect, they would cover themselves before the God or something like that. I don't think there's necessarily a reason for that. I think it's just the way that we see angels portrayed in the Bible. Yes.
If it was just Noah and his family, how did all these different races form?
How did all the different races form? A great question. I think one of the most important things we understand is that we're all the same race. The races have been sort of an idea that's come in afterwards, where we look at people based on where they're from, color of skin, different things like that. There clearly in that family had to be some type of variation of skin pigmentation, so that, because of course we have different skin tones in here. Okay, so there had to be some type of variation. Now, how did that happen? Here's my thoughts on that. Again, it's not really a biblical, as far as how are there different races? Well, first off, there are not different races. There are not. There are different nationalities. That's a big thing, because we're all the same race. There is no difference between, somebody of a different skin color or somebody that's not that skin color. We're all the same. I mean, you don't. It's sort of like it's confusing to me why people think that, and really why they think that it's come down through history. And I'll tell you one of the great myths, one of the most racist teachings that is still widely prevalent today is evolution. We live in cancel culture where books are being taken out and where people are being... Charles Darwin was a racist. He would look at people that were different and say, see, they have not evolved as much as other people. That's the definition of racism. So that was clearly racist. But that's not taught today, but that is what, if you go back to the early founding of evolution, that's where it's at. Another organization that has very, very racist beginnings is an organization fought over today by the name of Planned Parenthood, where some of the reason that it was there, the founder, I think it's Margaret, I can't remember her last name, but you read some of the things she wrote. It was to get rid of certain races. I mean, that was one of the thoughts there. So racism has come along, but it is nowhere in the Bible. We are all of the same race, but we all have different customs. How many of you have traveled out of the country? How many of you have traveled out of the country? Okay. I love traveling out of the country because you get to see things are different there. Like even just holidays, different things. Everybody has different customs. There are different foods that would be seen as a delicacy in different parts of the world that if I were to bring to you, you'd be like, I have absolutely no interest in that. Let me give you an example, and this is one that I've never had. I've been asked to have it before, but maybe some of you have a little bit more experience with Filipino food. Excuse me. I think it's called balut. Balut. Do you know anybody know what that is? Okay, balut. Have you had that? Okay, why don't you tell everybody what balut is? This is a delicacy. This is seen as something very, very good to have, and maybe even Aaron can just bring it in for all of us someday. I don't know. But tell us what it is. It's an egg. One would think it is a hard-boiled egg. But inside that egg is the embryo of the duck. Now, here's how I know about it, is because I was, like, my roommate in college, one was from the Philippines, one of them was going to be a missionary to the Philippines. So one day I get back from basketball practice, it's probably like 11:30 midnight, and they've got one of those, what are those things called, like the hot pot things, you know, where you put the water in and hook it up and it warms up the water. And so they're making these. And they asked me if I want one. And I'm like, what is it? And they told me. I didn't want one anymore. All right, I did not want it. And then here's what happens. I'm laying down trying to go to sleep and I hear them talking. And this was the part that got me. The ones like you can sort of feel the feathers, like when they're eating it, you know, like stuff like that. Now, we had a missionary here, Peter Moore, that was sharing with us. They actually, in the Philippines where he was at, they would have people sort of going down the street. They would sell it. Like, I mean, this is a big thing. You know how we have like the ice cream man? They've got, I guess, the Bloop Man, I don't know, you know, coming down and selling these things. To me and to you, how many of you would want to try it? Okay, all right, we got a few. All right, I have no interest in trying it. Okay, I don't. Other parts of the country or other countries, chocolate-covered insects, stuff like that, is seen as delicacies. I love chocolate, but not on a grasshopper, you know, like that. And all I'm trying to say is we have different customs, but that does not make us different. We're still, it does not matter where you live in the world, everybody has the same fears, the same desires, the same, I mean, that's how God made us. So the idea of where did races come from, I believe it came, I believe maybe, remember Noah has his 3 sons. Couple things that could happen here is, number one, maybe their wives were of different skin pigmentation, and maybe that's where the different skin colors came from. And I don't know. I don't know, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest. We've got to understand that this idea that one race is superior to another race is nowhere taught in the Bible, and is wicked and evil. And we've got to understand that that is true and stand against people that would teach otherwise on that. And so where do they come from? It, of course, has to come somewhere from Noah's family. How exactly that happened, I can't give you the exact details on how that happened. My best guess would be that somebody they married. And by the way, most of the times we see these Bible stories and these people are portrayed as you know, Jesus is this white man. That's not the case. Okay, if you go to the Middle East, you're going to see that most of the people there are not, they're not white. So he's not, I mean, this idea that somehow this one race is better than another is just so unbiblical. And there's absolutely no reason for it. But that would be my best guess, is that somehow some people in the family were of a darker skin color, and that's how we have the different races, or different colors of skin in the world today. All right? Yes?
Back to the previous conversation.
All you want to talk about is the food.
How does your friend even get those eggs?
You can buy them. You can buy them here. Yeah, you can buy them here. Where would you know where you can get them from? Yeah, there's like Asian food stores you can go to. Like there's a lot of different food stores. Maybe not right here, you know, in Banning. But I was in Redlands last week at a birthday party, and they had like a Mediterranean food store right there. And so there'd be food that you could buy from that region. So you're probably not going to Walmart and getting it, because I don't think that would be an item that Walmart would sell a lot of. But you could go somewhere else and you could and you would get it. And again, back in even just like 100 years ago, it was very different. In fact, I was listening to a podcast. I like listening to podcasts. I was putting together something last night, and it was talking about, History Channel does this podcast called The Food That Built America. And it's, I don't know why, I love history, I love food, so it works out. Like they gave the history of McDonald's, and last night, the one I listened to, they were talking about Pizza Hut and Domino's. And do you know, like up until like the 1940s, you didn't really have pizza being sold in the United States. Like it was not until really World War II, soldiers went to war, they end up in Italy, where pizza is. They begin eating the pizza, and they come back, and they're like, that was pretty good. Maybe we should start making that here. Now, America has changed. Pizza Hut and Domino's is not like the pizza you would get over in Italy or something like that. Completely different. But that's just some things about it. So you can go anywhere and buy food from any country. Like if you like a certain. But I'm just saying, today most of you have tried different kinds of food. You know, most of you have. Like I would assume most of us in this room have had Chinese food before. Probably a lot of us have not really had actual Chinese food. We've had Panda Express, which is not real Chinese food, you know, but still, it is good. We've had, you know, Mexican. Mexican food is probably my favorite kind of food. You know, like we have a lot of different kinds of food, which again, 100 years ago, that's not the case. All right? Yes? That's a good question. That's a good question. We do see that oftentimes in the Bible, where, and especially, we do not see that, especially in the beginning. Really, the book of Genesis is the only time that we really see that happening. Well, of course that would have had to happen there. Yeah. You know, of course that would have, in the very beginning, Adam and Eve. You know, of course we're going to see some of that happening. We do see some of that happening. We never see it after the book of Genesis. We never see that after the book of Genesis. And why that, again, I think some of it was okay because of sort of the reasons you mentioned. If there's only one family in the world, then yeah, if you're going to get married, you're going to have to marry somebody in that family, you know. So I do believe some of that, but yeah, it's that would be my only reason. And again, you don't see it after the book of Genesis. Okay. In fact, once you get to the book of Leviticus, you're going to see that mentioned as a sin there. So we see in the book of Genesis we do see that, but after that we do not. I'd have to look at it. I believe the last is I believe a no because Jacob may be the last one, because I guess he's marrying cousins almost in a way, because he's going back there and they're finding a wife from there. So I guess that would be it. But yeah, we don't see it after that, and then we do in the book of Leviticus see it as a sin. Yes.
After the Tower of Babylon, did all the different languages, did they immediately start developing like their own culture, or was it a process over time?
I'm sure it was a process over time. I'm sure it was. These would be very interesting things to study. The Bible doesn't really mention a lot about it because, of course, the Bible, especially during that early time, is focusing on really the Israelites and their culture and what they had there. But when you go and study ancient history, you're going to see everybody had different cultures, different. It's a good question. Like, when did it become that you would eat these certain things in these countries, like different things like that? The Bible doesn't have a lot to say about it, but it's and I think it changes over time. Think about even in America, over 100 years ago, what people would see as normal in eating is different today. Again, I don't know why you guys must be hungry, but why we're talking about food so much, but or maybe it's I'm hungry. I don't know, but I listened to one about cereal. You know, cereal is a sort of a recent invention. All right, it is not something that has always been there. But how many of you ate a bowl of cereal this morning, or sometime this week? How many of you had cereal? How many of you have had cereal in your lifetime? How many of you would agree that the non-healthy cereal is by far better than that healthy stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like that healthy stuff. I mean, some of the healthy stuff's okay. I'm okay with like Kix. That's all right. That's somewhat healthy. I like Frosted Mini Wheats, but you get outside of those. Actually, the guy that invented it, I forget what his name is. His last name was Kellogg, and that's where they get the Kellogg cereal brand. He invented it as a health food, and they would make like their cereals with no sugar in it. His brother sort of took over a part of it, and guess what he added? Sugar. Guess when the sales started going up, all right, when sugar got added to it. So I'm just saying, even in America, we could see a big change in what is food. I'm looking at, you guys know where the first McDonald's ever made was? San Bernardino, California. San Bernardino, California. All right, there is a museum there. The McDonald's brothers created this, and here's was their whole purpose. They said, we want to make it to where they can get their food quick, and we're only going to sell certain things. I believe McDonald's actually started out trying to sell burgers and barbecue. And then they changed it and just went straight burgers so they could streamline the process. And that's what we have today. But yeah, San Bernardino, California. You can go there, and that is where the first McDonald's ever was. All right. And but I'm just saying, think about the foods that we eat today. If I were to ask you, what are some of you guys' favorite foods? A lot of us are probably mentioning restaurants. Again, those would not have been there. Or, Mexican food. If you maybe in California you would have some of that, but in a lot of parts of the country they would not really have had a Mexican food that prevalent as it is today. All right. And by the way, Taco Bell, Del Taco, that I don't know if that necessarily counts as falling under that umbrella there. Okay. All right. Any more questions? I think we have just another minute. Any more questions? Yeah, Emma. Oh, I don't know. And by the way, don't say what's wrong with McDonald's foods, because I don't care. It tastes delicious. If I'm going to die, I'm going to at least die happy. Those of you that hear naysayers picking on McDonald's saying it's not good, there is no better fries in the world than McDonald's fries. You cannot argue that. No, Chick-fil-A fries are not better. Now they're better when you can dip them in sauce. But stand-alone fries, McDonald's fries when they're done, when they're just done, no. You guys, out of your mind. Out of your mind. All right, guys, the controversy has begun. All right, so you guys can argue about this, but there really is no argument. McDonald's fries are number one. Next week, we'll continue on. Hey, make sure that you send that information over to me to get credit for your assignments, all right? 3 things you need to send over.
Hello, DLs. Good to see your name, whoever that one person is. I don't know if it's Jezreel, Mia, or Emily, because I only have one viewer right now. Okay, anyway. Shh. No. All food needs to get put away. Okay, you have a little bit of homework tonight. 7.2 and activity 7A. Okay? Also, you have a quiz to study for, quiz 21. That's on Monday. Not open book. And I'm going to put that up there because someone else is going to ask me.
What day are we having the quiz, Miss Betty? He's literally just said it. I know.
Okay. Now, I will read the names of those that have turned these in already. What is this? 7-1? Shh. Okay, for 7.2, I have Joey, and I have Bella, and I have, looks like Destiny. 7.2. That's all I've got. And Jasmine, and Hudson. Okay, so 7.2 needs to get turned in. I don't believe anybody's got it back. I don't think I've graded any. 7A, I have HUD. I have K. La. I have Chase. Okay. And Jazz. Mine. Okay. That's all I got for those assignments. So if I didn't call your name, you need to make sure you get those turned in. Yeah, I called you HUD today. But yeah, Hudson, got it. Okay. Okay. Take out a piece of paper. Now, let me explain something on an assignment that you got back today. There was a lot of different grades put on there. Okay? Because I kept forgetting that I had more extra credit points to put on there. Okay? Because we had a couple reading quizzes that were applying to that assignment. And I forgot about the second one, so I had to add it back on. Plus, just keep in mind that the extra credit that you're getting, if it's not in the assignment, it's from your reading quizzes, okay? No. No. Sit back there. Okay? If you can behave there, that's fine. Okay, so take out a piece of paper and a writing utensil.
Bro, you can't do that to Mr. Brown. You're just like Micah.
Okay, another short one. Hey, Jose.
It's Josie.
It's Talker. No, you. Stop. Destiny, stop, please. Good. Piece of paper and a pencil or writing utensil. Ready? Here we go. Maybe. There it is. 7 questions. Okay. Seven questions. Let's go. I will put this on 7A because I already have extra credit for 7-2. Jasmine, are you doing this? Okay. Anybody not finished? Ready? Okay. Here's your answers. Real simple. Okay, Micah, Erica, Cody, Jasmine, Natalie, Destiny, Chase, Mariana, Brianna, Aaron, Cheyenne, Bella, Jose, I'm sorry, Jason, see, I didn't even catch that. Jaden, Emma, John, Hudson, Tyler, Eliana, Kayla, Joey, and Elias. All right. So once again, that's going to go on 7A. Okay. Okay. Huh? Yes. Should try and use it in the 10 minutes, but yes. Okay. But yeah, make sure that you are getting your missing work caught up because the reward comes on Monday for that. Okay. Okay. Here we go. What are, a little bit of review. What are the factors affecting insulation? Give me one. There's about 4 of them, I believe. What? Cloudy weather. Greenhouse effect. Distance. Whoa. Distance from the sun. Angle of the rays. Cloudy days, we said that, but that's okay. Destiny. Length of daytime. Okay. Seasons fit into the angle of the rays and the distance from the sun because of the time of year. Okay. But there they are. What is the amount of energy available to heat the Earth's land, water, and air called? Good job. What is the process of trapping heat in the Earth's atmosphere? Okay. What are the atmospheric gases, water, vapor, carbon dioxide, and other gases that help trap heat called? Just put it in the box. Okay, greenhouse gases, good. I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't. No, you were out there once. Okay, let's get into today's lesson. Shh. Lesson 94, bottom of page 7. The way heat is distributed in our atmosphere. Okay? First way is by, what is the transfer of heat by direct contact between two objects called? Think of a hot pot of water on a stove. The handle gets hot because of this. The pot gets hot because of the heat. What's that process? Huh? Conduction. Okay? A pan and eggs. A skillet is set on a stove burner to cook scrambled eggs. Yum, yum, yum. Put a little bacon in there and you get a little bacon and eggs. Okay? Pop a little toast in the toaster. Okay? Okay? And then if you're really hungry, you got up early and you made biscuits and gravy. Yeah. Okay? That's a hearty man's breakfast right there. Okay? Just to get up and hear that bacon crickling and the smell. And then you come out of your room going, bacon, 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 bacon. Okay?
I don't like bacon. You lost again. I don't like
Okay.
bacon. You lost again. Bacon is disgusting.
And then if you really want to have a good breakfast, then you add waffles and sausage on the side. Okay? Putting that butter on those hot waffles, letting it just melt into those crevices. Okay? Okay? And then once the butter has been spread all over and it's melted in there, okay? Then you take that syrup. Okay? Oh. And then you have the Jimmy Dean. Jimmy Dean hot sausage cooking. Oh my goodness. My mouth is watering for breakfast. Eat it. Okay? You throw it one more time and you're in trouble. Because you started the throwing. Now stop. Okay? Okay. So, if you want to be a good daughter or son, you could get up tomorrow morning early and make your mom and dad breakfast. Saturday morning, making those eggs, okay? And if they don't like scrambled, then you can go fried eggs. Those are good too. Fried eggs when the yolk is just a little runny. Oh, and then you cut it and all that yolk goes running out. And then you take your toast and you wipe up all those eggs. Oh my goodness. Woo! Baby, what idea. Woo! Okay. Oh. Who's in favor of going to Village Inn? Or iHouse or IHOP or whatever, okay? Okay.
IHOP's the one place I can get breakfast for dinner.
Okay. Yeah, true. Okay, moving on. We were talking about the skillet with hot eggs in it. Okay? Now, as the pan is sitting on this stove, on the burner, okay? The pan itself is getting hotter and hotter. And if you don't have a pan that has a plastic or a rubbery handle, okay, you will need a hot pad to grab that handle because the heat from the oven or the stove will have gone into the pan and then out to the handle of the pot. That's what we call conduction, okay? Can't you just smell that breakfast? Oh, my goodness. Okay. Especially the Jimmy Dean hot sausage. Anybody ever had that? It's good, isn't it? It's the only sausage we really eat anymore when we cook it. No. Okay? Jimmy Dean hot sausage. Okay? I make these fantastic burritos. Breakfast burritos. And I only use Jimmy Dean sausage. And I will not use anything else in there as far as sausage. It has eggs, it has potatoes, it has cheese, it has Jimmy Dean sausage, it has bell peppers, it has onions, it has jalapeno peppers in there. Okay, all wrapped up in a tortilla. Ooh, baby. Oh, I'm hungry. Okay. Number 2 on this. Let's get off the food idea. Okay. An example in the atmosphere. So you have a cool layer of air. It comes in contact with the warm ground. Okay, and the warm ground, because of that, gets heated by conduction also. Okay, aren't you supposed to be sitting down? Okay, and not playing around? For Mr. Brown. And so don't act like a clown, okay? Huh? The tidy bowl man got him. The tidy bowl man got him. Come on, it's Aaron. Let me get him. No, he'll be fine. Okay, because if you go, then I'm going to have to send somebody else to get... See, there he is. Okay? Welcome back, mister. Missed you.
You missed it.
Okay, let's see if we can... Let's see if we can get these notes finished. The second way is called convection. Okay? It is the transfer of heat by moving currents of hot air, like holding your hand over a hot stove and feeling the rise of the current of air. Okay? You will not be able to handle that area for very long because it will get too hot for your little delicate hands. Okay? Huh?
Mr. Brown, you have all first.
Now, most of the Earth's weather occurs in our troposphere. Okay? We've already determined that. As a result of these convection currents. So when the air is heated by the Earth's surface, hot air tends to move upward while cool air tends to move downward. Okay? Forming our convection currents. And as you can see in the illustration, the convection currents are happening in a circular motion. Okay?
Could you read off A? Just don't, you don't even have to go back. Can you just read off
Conduction.
production? Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Brown, I can see that. You haven't even got
What? You've been sitting here all this time?
convection change.
Yes.
For letter.
Watch out for the tidy bowl man, okay? Okay, moving on. Our third way. Letter D there. Did I miss one? Did I miss letter B?
No, you didn't. You missed.
Oh, okay, I did them both. Okay. Okay, shh. Let me backtrack a little bit. So letter A was conduction. That's the first process. The second is convection. And then our third process is convection currents. Okay? So now we are on the next page, 8, because it follows 7. Okay? Huh? So when heated air over warm air or water begins to rise, cooler air wants to replace it. Okay? So the heating by the Earth's surface procures vertical movement of our known, and it's known as what we call updrafts or downdrafts. Okay? So on a weather forecast, gentlemen, you'll hear the meteorologists talk about the updrafts, which means just the air, the warm air is rising. And they'll talk about the downdrafts, and that's just the cool air taking its place and coming down. Okay? Why cool air comes down? Because cool air is more dense. It's heavier, so it's got to fall. Okay? But see in the picture, you still have your circular motion going on in this convectional current process. Okay? Now, we not only have our updrafts and our downdrafts, but we have our horizontal drafts. What are those called? They're called winds. That's what we have around here every single day. Okay? Or almost. The winds come from a lot of times from all this movement of the molecules, the heating at land, sun's rays, all of this convection currents are occurring. Okay? So, all these winds over here, okay? Would you stop? Okay. Number 3. The decompression. Okay, or cooling of heat in the atmosphere. We have what's called adiabatic. This is the process in which heat is not transferred. Interesting. Adiabatic. Heat is not being transferred. Yes. 2E. Updrafts or downdrafts? Okay. Letter B. Adiabatic heating. This is the process of a gas being compressed. Okay? When things get compressed, the molecules are moving faster. And therefore, when molecules are moving faster, things get heated up. Okay? When you get upset, the molecules in your body are heating up and you get hotter. Okay? For an extra illustration, adiabatic heating. And our third, so we know this, the temperature of a gas rises as the gas is compressed with no heat loss at this point. You missed. Okay, letter D. Letter D. Ready? Okay. Adiabatic cooling. Shh. This is the process of a gas being cooled. Okay. Talking about decompression in these aspects. So, shh, if you, letter E, if there's no heat added, the temperature of a gas drops as it expands. So to keep that temperature rising, you have to keep adding heat to it. Okay. Ready for F? You got the idea? Okay. Letter F. Letter F. Ready? Here we go. Ding. When a body of air rises, its temperature drops. Okay? This is what's happening in the circular motion. It rises because it's hot. But as it rises, it's cooling down. And then as it cools down, it falls. And as it falls, it's starting to warm up. And then the winds blow it across, and then it rises again and gets cold. It falls and gets warm. Rises, gets hot, gets cold, falls, gets cold. No, it gets warm. Okay? So just keep that circular motion in mind. Here's your homework. 7.2, 7I. Read pages 204 to 205. You have quiz 21, okay? And you need to start working on your STEM project, the final report, and the logbook, okay? We're not doing that this year. I just have it in here because it's continuing notes. Okay, DLs? I hope you have a fantastic Saturday morning making your parents' breakfast, okay? If you haven't done Jimmy Dean sausage, go out and buy you a pound of it. Cook it up. Either put it in patties or just grind it up. That's either way. Whatever you need to do, it is fantastic of a sausage. Okay? And if you eat Jimmy Dean sausage hot, you'll never go back to the medium or the mild again unless you have to. Okay? Because it is fantastic. Someday, I'll make you all my breakfast burritos and you'll love them. Okay? But it takes a long time to do it. Anyway, DLs, have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you on Monday.
right, for those of you distant learning, sorry about the wait. I was caught up in my other class. I'm about to send you guys the grammar quiz for today, so please turn that in by the end of today. Mhm. Mhm. Oops. Yeah. Um, uh, Direct objects, indirect objects, appositives, predicate nominatives, and direct addresses. Just what we went over. Not right now.
Do you have a black marker by any chance?
Not right now, no.
No. Like now that you get it anywhere.
Actually, it might be somewhere. I don't really know, to be honest. There was one here yesterday. I don't really know where it could have gone. Yes, John. I don't really know. Awesome. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Changing my name for today. I've heard too many Mrs. Corals. No.
Should change it to Mrs.
I don't know.
How do you find it in you to do your hair every day?
I've been doing my hair every day since college, so.
I just don't feel like
Why is that sad? Would you rather me look very trashy and. Well, I would not rather look trashy. Well, clearly you did it today. Can you take it out?
who's gonna care if I look good or not.
Everyone?
I don't know. That's just how I always am. I've always just look your best for everything. I mean, not your best, but I mean, like, put in some effort. All right. Shh. All right. Pay attention. We're reviewing for our quiz before we take it. Shh. Okay. Actually, I'm going to pass it out, and then I'll be able to. We'll go over it. Something that you can probably write down at the top to help you remember for your quiz. Okay. What's your question? My clock. Turn it in later, okay? We're already passing something out. John, I haven't gotten there yet. I'll put everything on the board that you need to know. Promise. So eager for the homework, John. Jose, close your book, please. Excuse me, Jose. Sorry. Pass it to Brianna, please. All right, look at the top of your paper, okay? Your directions are to underline your subject once and your verb twice. That's pretty simple. All right, now I gave you an italicized word, okay? And I gave you an italicized word, and you need to label it as direct objects, indirect objects, predicate nominatives, appositives, object of the prepositions, or direct addresses, all right? So, with direct objects, what kind of verbs do they go with, class? What was it? Action. So above direct objects, you want to put action verbs. Okay? Cody, listen to when I'm talking, okay? Put on your mask. Everyone needs to put on your mask. Okay? So above direct objects, they go with action verbs. Okay? So now we found action verbs, direct objects. What do predicate nominative goes with? Not helping. Linking, okay? So below predicate nominatives, put linking verb. Cheyenne, do as I'm telling you. So above direct objects is action, below predicate nominatives is linking, okay? With indirect objects, how do we find indirect objects? What question do we ask? Raise your hand. Chase? To whom or for whom? Good, okay? Chase, I already told you this, but take out the rubber band. Okay, so with indirect objects, where do indirect objects go? Always. Please sit properly, Emma. Before the DO, okay? So if it's after the direct object, it's not an indirect object. And it answers to whom or for whom, okay? What do appositives do? Who remembers what appositives do? Micah? Good. They further explain a noun, okay? So if it gives you a noun and you don't really know who the people are, let's say it gives you the noun of students, okay? Students is my noun. If I go on to say specifically who the students are, then whoever the students are, that's the name given, is my appositive. So for example, students are in the classroom, okay? Students is my subject. But if I change it to students, Emma, Joey, and Cheyenne, Emma, Joey, and Cheyenne are my appositives, further explaining who my students are, okay? And then objects of the preposition, that's pretty self-explanatory. What kind of phrase do those go in class? Prepositional phrases, okay? And then with direct addresses, okay, make sure that you don't confuse these for the subjects, okay? So make sure you find your subject first, and if there's a name in there that you don't exactly know what it's functioning, it's more than likely a direct address, okay? All right, go ahead and work on it. Yes, Bob. Yeah, that's the entire thing. That's fine. Because it's not Lady, and it's not Jane, and it's not Faye. It's her entire name. answers out loud, but make sure you're looking at your paper with me, okay? Okay, number 1, find your subject and your verb. Okay, what's my verb? Underline that twice. Thank you. Okay, number 1, Alicia, please get your mouth open. So my subject. Okay. Object of verb. Okay, what kind of verb it is, if it's action or linking. If it's an action verb, we have a DO. 4, find my verb. So Edward's decision violated the will of his father, Henry VIII. Okay, find your subject and verb. Find the answer to what or who or what after my subject and verb. Tell me what kind of verb is my verb. Is it action or linking? Then whatever goes with an action verb is what the following complement would be. Okay, and then of his father, Henry VIII, you need to tell me what Henry VIII is. Obviously, that's italicized. If it's further explaining something, if it's the noun object, you need to tell me what that is, okay? Number 5. Henry wanted the crown to be given to his daughter Mary if Edward died without an heir. Find your subject and your verb. Tell me if it's an action or a linking verb, or find out if it's an action or a linking verb. And if it's a linking verb, we have a PN for crown. If it's an action verb, we have a DO for crown. So you tell me if it's a PN or a DO based on my verb. If it's action or linking. To his daughter Mary, you can tell me what the word daughter is. So if there is a couple words before there that indicates it's part of a phrase, you need to tell me what Mary is. Okay, we said that a word further explains something. So what further explains something? Number 6, to most Englishmen an illegitimate heir, Lady Jane Grey, was unacceptable. Find your subject and your verb. Okay, Lady Jane Grey is something within that sentence that's further explaining something. So what further explains? Number 7, while mostly Protestant English people did not approve of Mary's religion, her as the legitimate royal heir. Same thing. Find your subject and your verb. Determine if it's action or linking. If it's action, it goes, there's a DO. If it's linking, it's a PN. Okay? With religion, of Mary's religion, you need to tell me if it's part of a phrase. And if it is, then tell me what does a phrase or what part of a phrase it needs or requires there. So a specific phrase we talked about showing relation, it has that noun object. Okay, so you tell me what religion would be. Same thing with heir. Okay, it is part of a phrase, what goes with the phrase that we talked about that needs a noun object. Number 8, after spending only 9 days as queen, Lady Jane was imprisoned and Mary became queen. With this one, make sure you underline all of the subjects and all of the verbs. Okay, there's 2 subjects and 2 verbs. So the first one, part of a sentence, after spending only 9 days as queen, Lady Jane was imprisoned. Second part of the sentence, and Mary became queen. So make sure you underline your subject and your verb in that whole sentence. And then you tell me what queen is. Is your verb within that part of a sentence action or linking? If it's action, it's a DO. If it's linking, it's a PN. But notice this part, queen can also equal something. So it equals something, so we know it's a searching complement. Number 9, after that field trip, we were thankful to live in America where leaders are elected by the people. I'll tell you that now. All of those italicized words are part of phrases. Okay? A searching kind of phrase. All of those are noun objects. Number 10, before getting on the bus, class, please pick up your trash and grab your belongings. Find your subject and your verb. There are 2 verbs here. Okay. So make sure you underline all the verbs. And then if they are action or linking, determine what complement goes with it. With number 11, let's label these, okay? Find your subject and your verb, underline those once. Underline your subjects once. Your verb twice. There's 2 subjects in number 11. Okay, so how do we diagram a compound subject? Don't say it out loud, but I should see something in your diagram for my subject. Okay, then I find my verb. Then I ask, what? My verb. Okay, 2 whom are 4. And that there. Okay, I do have subjects, verbs, I do have a direct object, and I do have an indirect object. So how do I diagram in? Then number 12, on my subject, my verb, and what the question that answers, or the answer to the question, what? That's all you got to do for now. Subject, verb, complement. Okay, if you're done, you can turn it in. Okay, once you are done with your quiz, go ahead and open your grammar book. Page 121 in the green book, page 135 in the blue book. We already talked about gerunds. What do gerunds end in, class? Who remembers? Good, ing. So, for exercise A, you're just going to do part 1 for homework tonight, okay? Part 1 is underlining each gerund. Okay, I'll write that on the board in a second, but page 121 in the green book, 135 and 136 in the blue book, you're doing part 1, which is underlining the gerund. Gerunds end in ing. That's all you're doing, okay? And then also for homework tonight, for vocab, write your list 17 words 2 times. And that's due on Monday. And then in literature, page 245 to 249. Make sure everything is written down. If you're done, you can be dismissed for lunch. All you're doing, underlining the chair, is just doing designing outside. Yeah. Page 1. Yeah, that's part 1. No, not diagramming. It says underline each chair. That's part 1. So if you guys are confused on the grammar homework, in the directions it says 1, underline each gerund. Then the second thing you're supposed to do is draw a box around it. So you're just doing the first part of the sentence, or first part of the instruction.
What? All right. Yeah, all right. All right, welcome to pre-algebra. We're going to get started. We're on 6.2, talking about circles. We're on page 240 of the textbook. Page 240 of the textbook. This section is significantly shorter than 6.1. However, there are quite a few terms that we need to talk about. So as you prepare for your next quiz, you might want to be studying terms, seeing as we're in geometry and that's how that works. Okay? Your next quiz will not be Monday. I know that much because I try not to give quizzes Monday. I try. It doesn't always work. All right, so we're on 6.2. We're dealing with circles, and let's go ahead and get started. First of all, what is a circle? Well, a circle is just a closed figure with all points equidistant from a single point called the center. Real quick technicality that drives me up the wall, but that we need to address. The center is not part of the circle. It's inside the circle. It's how we name the circle. It is not part of the circle. I mean, actually, it's a decent analogy. But anyway, we're not getting into that, though, because it's a little political. All right, so quiet down. Okay, so the center is how we determine the circle. It's how we name the circle. It is not part of the circle because it is not on the circle. It's contained completely inside the circle. In order for something to be part of the circle, it has to be that distance away from that point. That point can't be that distance away from itself. Yeah, no, the circle is just the line that bounds the circle. Yeah, it's just the fence. So the center can't be part of the circle. Anyway, technicality, not relevant. Let's move on. Real quick note, that makes the circle not a polygon because there's no straight lines.
What about the inside of the circle?
What? We'll talk about all those pieces in a minute. Okay. Real quick, by the way, make sure your masks are on, covering your nose and mouth. Thank you. All right, second of all, the radius is a line drawn from the center to any point on the circle. So in red here, we have, let me get out laser pointer. I love that this is built in now. All right, so radius here is drawn from the center to the circle itself. Okay, real quick side note, if I say radii, that's just the plural of radius because we don't say radiuses. Okay, it sounds weird and that should automatically trigger in your brain, hey, that ain't right. All right, so we say radii. Yes. No, I'm not getting into a grammar lesson here. And English has so many exceptions, I'm not about to make that kind of blanket statement. The plural of radius is radii. That's as far as I'm going. Let's move on. A diameter is a line through the center with both ends on the circle. So diameter goes all the way through. So DB here is a diameter. OA is a radius. Notice that if I draw another radius, OC, that creates a new diameter, AC. Okay? Again, all this should be, hopefully, review. Y'all have never heard about the parts of the circle, huh?
I've heard about radius and diameter.
All right.
What is a chord?
I'm getting to it. Everyone chill. What? Okay, anyway, moving on. Now, a chord is a line segment whose points are on the circle. So in this case, BC is a chord. By the way, just throwing this out there, also BD is a chord. Every diameter, listen, every diameter is a chord, but not every chord is a diameter. Okay, because a chord is both endpoints on the circle. A diameter is both endpoints on the circle and through the center. Okay, so a diameter is a type of chord. Does that make sense? Cool, and it has nothing to do with musical notes. Yes? You're told it. Good luck. Again, I don't know. You don't. No, like, you would have to, no. Because even if you're drawing it, you would be using a compass, and then it would leave an indent where the center is. There's your center. Magic. Okay, moving on. It's fine. All right. Guys, just, okay. Guys, stop talking. Listen up. So help me. Yeah, it's driving me up the wall. All right. All right, so every diameter is a chord, not every chord is a diameter. Now, a central angle has the center of the circle as its vertex and two radii as its sides. So angle AOB here is a central angle. Angle AOE is a central angle. Angle EOD is a central angle. Angle DOC is a central angle. Angle COB is a central angle. Angle DOA would be a central angle. Does that make sense? Like, there's a bunch of them. Okay? Okay, I'm not listing all of them. Everyone chill. All right, so. Okay, so if it has two radii as its sides and the center is the center of the circle, or sorry, excuse me, its vertex is the center of the circle, that makes it a central angle. Now, if I take every single adjacent angle with that is a central angle of the circle, we will get 360 degrees out of it. Okay, just mentioning that. And then every central angle subtends, that's the word we use for cut off, it cuts off an arc. So DOE subtends arc DE. Does that make sense? Angle AOB subtends arc AB. Cool. Real quick, an arc is part of the circle. An arc is part of a circle. That's just the name of it. If you draw a part of a circle, it's an arc. Now, a semicircle, in this case AEDC, okay, is an arc equal to half a circle. Okay? Notice that its central angle is a straight line. Ooh, ah. Okay? So its central angle is 180 degrees. It's exactly half the circle. Okay? Now, real quick, and I'm going to try to draw this. It's not going to go well. I already know this, so just chill. All right, but if I take this piece, kind of like a Trivial Pursuit piece, okay, if you guys have ever played that game, that actually wasn't half bad. All right, but if I'm talking about this region here, that's called a sector. Okay? A sector is the area bounded by two radii and the arc. All right, does that make sense? Now, to be extra clear about something, oh goodness, I'm going to have to keep this up all the way around. That line is a semicircle. It's assuming it was drawn correctly. This region is the area determined by the semicircle. It is not a semicircle. Are we clear? I watched the pointer on the screen. Anyway, moving on.
I saw that it was blank. So.
Yeah. I watched the pointer. Anyway. So help me. I'm not doing that again. All right. All right. Quiet down. All right, now, the distance around a circle, also its perimeter, if you will, is called its circumference. The circle has a special name for it. It is a perimeter. It is one and the same, okay? However, it is considered to be not specific enough to say the perimeter of a circle. We always say circumference, okay? But that's what a circumference is. Don't get me started, okay? I don't know why it has to have its own name, but its name predates modern textbooks, so whatever. All right, now, real quick, sidebar time, okay? If you guys have questions, you guys can talk to me after, okay? Or when I ask for questions. Like, if it's relevant immediately to the material, sure. If it's a general question, no. All right, so here's the deal. The constant pi, represented by the Greek letter here, okay? The constant pi is determined by the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, okay? If you take any circle circumference, say you measure it with a piece of string, stretch it out, measure it on a ruler, okay? And then you also measure the same circle's diameter. When you do the division, you will get 3.14159, so on. I think that's right. All right, does that make sense? Okay, you will get that no matter the size of the circle. It is a constant ratio. Every circle circumference divided by its diameter is this ratio, yes. That's as far as I got. Okay, anyway. However, I'm going to illustrate it more in a minute. Why? That's the same question the ancient Greeks kept trying to answer, and it drove them mad, and that's why pi is considered an irrational number. The Greeks thought that for a number to make sense, it had to be rational, okay? It had to be able to be written as a ratio. It's in the name, okay? No, hold on, okay? Pi confused them so much that the term irrational became common name for someone not behaving properly. Like, the idea of someone being irrational comes from math. Because they were behaving like a number that didn't make sense. Anyway, as far as why everything is made by pi, because God determined it in the laws of mathematics. That's the only reason anyone has come up with so far. That's it. Because legitimately, I don't know. Yes. Okay, moving on. I forget. And guys, if you'll remind me at the end, I can show you guys a video at the end. But anyway, we'll see. All right, so pay attention. Listen up. Let's get through this. So, real quick, for the approximations for this class, you will use either 3.14 or 22 over 7. Unless you are told otherwise, use 3.14. Okay? It is way more accurate than 22 sevenths. 22 sevenths is an awful approximation of pi. Ew. Okay? But I'm stuck with it because Abeka used it, and if I try to do it differently, then all the answers are different, and I don't want to deal with it. 3.14. Using the decimal version is always better. There isn't. That's my point. Without going like way more numbers. All right, anyway. Pi is irrational. It cannot be written as a fraction, hence part of the problem. Okay? In higher mathematics, you will just start using the pi button on the calculator because it has way more digits than what you need to memorize. Yeah, and most scientific calculators have them. No. All right, so because pi equals c over d, okay, where I was going with this whole thing in the first place, but it does equal these two, or is approximately those two things. Because pi is equal to c over d, notice that if I just go through and multiply both sides of this thing by diameter, I get c equals pi times d. That's where the formula for circumference comes from. It's because we know pi is equal to circumference divided by diameter. We can find the circumference if we know the diameter. That formula comes from the definition of pi. Anyway, there you go. Okay, cool. Just pointing that out. So the two things you need to, or the few things you need to know on the slide, you need to know these two formulas for circumference. You also need to know these two approximations for pi, as horrible as they may be. Okay, those are what you'll be using this year. So let's go into an example. What? Those mean approximately. Wavy equal sign means approximately. It means it's about that, but it's not equal to that. It means we rounded like crazy. Okay. Real quick, if you keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, this is pi. Okay. Yeah, so obviously not all 1 billion digits are in this image. This is a GIF of someone trying to troubleshoot their code. But to me, like, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of digits of pi, okay? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, and again, it jumps around a little bit because he's trying to figure out what's wrong with his code. It's from a forum. But, yeah, I thought that was a good way to show you guys the absolute behemoth that is pi, and that's still not all of it. All right, so find the circumference of a circle with a radius of 4 inches. Since this is dealing with a radius, I'm going to use the version of the formula that is c is equal to 2 pi r. The reason for the second formula, by the way, and I didn't really talk about this, if c equals pi d, well then it's going to equal pi times 2 of the radius, because 2 radii will equal a diameter. And then we rearrange it so it's nice and neat. That's it. That's all it comes from. It's still pi d. Yeah.
So that pi sign, what
Yes.
does it mean in Greek?
It's a letter. It's like our letter P. Yeah, that's it. Cool. All right, so c is equal to 2 pi r, so c is equal to 2 times, in this case, 3.14 times the radius of 4. Okay? So we can just take 3.14 times 8 off to the side. If I can actually write. 8 times 4 is 32. 8, 11, and 25. So the circumference is about 25.12 inches. It is proper to write it as an approximation since you're plugging in an approximation for pi. Yes? Which one am I given? I'm given radius, so I'm going to use the one with radius in it.
But they came to the same answer, right?
Yeah. Does that make sense? I'm given the radius, so I'm going to use the one with radius. If I'm given the diameter, I'm going to use the one with the diameter. The one with the R? I mean, part of it's my handwriting. Sorry. All right, does that make sense, though? Okay. However, if I have a diameter, I'm going to use c equals pi d. Okay? Notice that I have a fraction. Typically, listen up, typically if you are given a fraction, they want you to use 22 over 7. Okay? But again, follow the directions, whatever it says. Okay? So we're going to use 22 over 7 in this example, and this gives us 7 over 8. Hey, that works conveniently. All right. That's almost like it's an example, and they want to make it as easy as possible. All right. So 2 goes in 8 4 times, 2 goes into 22 11 times, so we get, it's about 11/4 inches, or since this is a distance, I want to make it a mixed number. 4 goes into 8 2 times with 3 left over here in that.
You have no idea how funny you
Okay, excuse me, one person had permission to speak, and it was none of you three. What? Again, it means it's approximately equal to, not equal to. It's not exactly equal to 2.75. That would be incorrect, right? Yes? What? Because it's not 2.75. Because it's an approximation. We rounded. Okay. I'm going to say this again. If you're given a fraction, give me a fraction. If you're given a decimal, give me a decimal. Stop whining about it. You have to deal with both in math. Yeah. You can try. Yes. If you take the circumference, okay, that you found, and divide it by your diameter, you should get about 3.14. However, because we're approximating everything, it's going to be off just a little bit. So if you get like 3.12, you're probably fine. All right. Real quick, let's talk about the area of a circle here. I'm going to let the video explain it because this can get a little deep. We're going to explain where the formula comes from, much like I did with diameter. If you don't get it, that's fine. Just memorize the formula for the area, but we're explaining where it comes from. Okay, does that make sense? Because we're getting past the point of the know what, and we want you to learn the why. Okay, so here we go. That's the wrong one.
When finding the area of a circle, we can separate it into small sectors and arrange them in an alternating pattern, pointing up and down. The resulting shape looks very similar to a parallelogram. The formula used to find the area of a parallelogram is A equals BH. The height of the parallelogram equals the radius of the circle, and the base equals half of the circumference. We can write the formula as area equals 1/2 of the circumference multiplied by the radius, which can be simplified into 1/2 times 2 pi r times r. Simplifying even further gives us the common formula for the area of a circle. A equals pi r squared.
All right, all you need to pick up from that really is that A equals pi r squared. That's the thing. But if you've ever wondered where it comes from, that's where. Okay, we took a circumference of a circle, split it up, made it a parallelogram. Yes? Again, the perimeter is the circumference. Circumference is just a special name for it. All right, so A equals pi r squared. You may have noticed that there's no formula of an area that you learn that has diameter in it. Okay, so if you're ever given a diameter, you have to divide it by 2 first. The reason for that is because if we start introducing a diameter in there, you may have noticed because we have r squared, you would have diameter times radius, and so you'd need both anyway. So you may as well just find the radius. Does that make sense? Like, if you go back there and plug in pi d instead of 2 pi r, then you get diameter times radius, and then it gets real messy real fast. Just find the radius, okay? Just do that. Because even as a person who enjoys math, I'm going, why would you want to? All right, does that make sense? So just use radius. Yes? Yep, that's it. You just cut it in half. Yep. Use a fraction. Or decimal. All right. Find the area of a circle with a radius of 8 feet. So we have radius, so A equals pi r squared. So area is equal to roughly 3.14. times 8 squared. Well, 8 squared is what? 64. So we have 3.14 times 64, and we get 4 times 4, which is 16. Carry the 1. 4 times 1 plus 1. 4 times 3, 12. 6 times 4,
24.
carry the 2. 6 times 1
6.
plus 2. 6 times 3,
18.
and we add 6 plus nothing. 5 plus 4, 8 plus 2, carry the 1. 8 plus 1 plus 1, carry the 1. 1 plus 1, 2. How many decimals? 2. So area is approximately, 200.96 feet squared. It's still considered squared, even though it's a circle. Get over it. Because I have people try to argue with me about it every year. There's no such thing as a circled foot. All right? Yes. Yes. Because you're not plugging in pure pi. Even if we did plug in pure pi, we'd have to round at some point. So it will always be approximate with circles. All right. In part B, we are told to find the area of a circle with a diameter of 14 kilometers. So what is my radius? 7. So my radius is 7 kilometers. Okay? If you see diameter, just cut it in half. All right? So area is equal to pi r squared. So that means area is going to be approximately 3.14 times 7 squared. What is 7 squared? 49. So we have 3.14 times 49. 9 times 4 is? I held it too long, I thought I right-clicked. All right, so carry the 3. 9 times 1 plus 3. Carry the 1. 9 times 3 plus 1. 4 times 4. Carry the 1. 4. I don't know what you're doing. No, you just leave a space. 4 times 1 is? Plus 1. 4 times 3.
How come we don't write the 0? It looks better when you just never write the 0.
I never write the 0, Bella. Ever. Because 0 implies you calculated it. Moving on. 6 plus nothing is? Y'all need to get over it. I'm writing it the way I write it all the time, ever. So you may as well get used to it. 2 plus 6 is? 8 plus 5. Carry the 1. 3 plus 2 plus 1.
6.
And 1. All right. 2 decimal points. So we get 163.86-ish kilometers squared. Whoops, hold on. We did something wrong. Oh, rip. The book used 22 over 7 because you have a 7. I'm not doing it. I don't care. This is still correct. Follow the directions for which one they want you to use. Okay? So if they tell you to use 22 over 7, use it. Otherwise, use 3.14. Yes? No, if we were to use a fraction, you would get about 154. Again, the fraction is an absolutely awful approximation of pi, and I hate it with every fiber of my being. Yes? Use 3.14, please. I beg of you. Although I can almost guarantee you the book didn't in one of them, but I will recalculate it because ew. Unless they tell you have to use 22 over 7, use 3.14. Whatever. All right, we good? Cool. Homework 6.2 is due next class. I started putting next class because I remembered I can't keep saying tomorrow because tomorrow's Saturday. I'm not coming. So it's due Monday, but like since I'm making slides, I'm just keeping it generic. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. All right, also real quick, please make sure you guys have turned in homework 6.1. That is due today, so it either needs to be turned in on Google Classroom or up on my podium before I leave the room in about 10 minutes or so. All right, distance learners, I'll see you guys later. If you guys have questions, you can feel free to throw them in chat.